Order the meeting of November 9th. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Councillor Penner.
Seeing none, I would adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the organizational minutes of October 26th. Are there any errors or omissions to that? If yes, Councillor King.
I'd move the minutes of the October 26th organizational meeting as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us to approve the minutes as presented for the organizational meeting. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. We've also pre-circulated the regular council meeting minutes of October. Yes.
I'll make that motion also, that we accept the October 26th regular meeting minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. We've got a motion to accept as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We have a delegation. I guess we're a little bit early, but that's, if the presenter is ready, then we will go ahead with that. So Nicola McNaughton and Rob Bundy.
Present. Hello.
Hello. I don't know, we can probably, I don't know what your screen is going to show, but regardless of, we'll introduce ourselves starting from my far right.
Councillor Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Laura Lee Cunningham, Division 5.
Debbie Penna, Division 2.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock.
Good morning, Ken King, Division 7.
Good morning, Faye McGee, Division 1.
Okay, and anytime you're ready, Nicola.
All right. So I'll just, if I can, actually, yeah, I can just share the screen again, and then I will quickly just introduce myself. Can everyone see the screen? I'll just blow that up a bit. Perfect. So my name is Nicola McNaughton. I'm the marketing manager at Nonfiction Studios. We are a marketing agency in Calgary. We have worked with Jacqueline this past year to develop the marketing campaign for Explore Kneehill. Specifically this year, we focused on the summer marketing campaign, which took place between June 15th to August 31st. This presentation is around 20 minutes, and we have about 10 minutes for questions. But if there's something really pressing in the middle of the presentation, please stop and I can do my best to answer. Otherwise, I do have a question period allotted at the end. So without further ado, we can kind of talk about the marketing campaign. So this year, as you all know, this was the first inaugural marketing campaign for Explore Kneehill. And we want to set out some marketing objectives at the beginning of this campaign. So this is just kind of high level what those marketing objectives were. We wanted to develop, measurable digital marketing strategies that would increase traffic to kneehillcounty.com, which is where we were driving to. However, for this campaign, we created a vanity URL for Explore Kneehill, and that just directed people directly to the tourism / visitor page on Kneehill County. So they were kind of going straight to where the good stuff was for them on the website. Another thing that we want to achieve in this campaign was to implement brand building marketing tactics that would then grow awareness of Explore Kneehill and really capitalize on this past summer, as well as being very local traveler focused amidst COVID-19. And just make it a summer destination for people in Alberta and make them aware that there are such great things to do so close to home. Another thing we wanted to achieve through this campaign was to create exceptional visitor experiences and to amplify, the stories, focusing on agritourism, culture and history, family fun, food and drink, nature and hiking, sports, and of course, camping and accommodation. And lastly, we want to set this campaign up in the region to help develop long-term sustainable tourism in the area. And that just really is, making everyone understand the importance of marketing and buy-in for the future, so we can continue to do this and to market Explore Kneehill. All right, so the creative direction, we kind of started off with the word mark, Explore Kneehill. So that was the first step of this campaign. And then we wanted to create the look and feel of the campaign that we would be using in all of our digital assets, as this was mostly a digital first marketing campaign. So the concepts that we landed on really spoke to what made Explore Kneehill so attractive to visitors. It's the rural way of life. It's a quieter, slower pace with friendly people, diverse attractions and activities, and there's truly unique and stunning landscapes. So as the tagline, "Take your time," suggests, all the above are here and ready to be experienced at whatever speed or really in whatever time frame a visitor wishes. That is then reinforced with the "Our Place, Your Pace" secondary tagline to help demonstrate the local pride in the area. So you're just really inviting people to come to your place, but take it at their own pace. And then we would, in the longer form ads, like the bigger ads, provide additional support copy that would help reinforce that idea that nothing here is rushed, but truly waiting to be slowly appreciated. And this here is a sample of some of the digital sizes. And these digital sizes would have been seen, in a mixture of areas, whether it was on social media, whether it was on, web pages on the internet. So this is just kind of a small selection. So in terms of how we wanted to measure this campaign, as it was a digital first strategy, we needed to come up with conversions that we would then look to measure people when they got to the Explore Kneehill site. So a conversion really happens on a website when someone completes a specific action that we deem a conversion. So there are, a myriad of different types of conversions that we could have done, but in this type of campaign, and with the website that we were working with, these were the identified conversions that we want to measure. So they were on-site clicks, which is basically when someone comes onto the website from an ad, we can track what they do on the site. And so there's specific clicks on the site that we would have deemed a conversion. And it just really shows that someone is engaged with the content on the site, which for this is what we're looking to do. We're trying to bring awareness about Explore Kneehill and make them engaged with the website content. And, that means that they're looking at, listings and things to do, et cetera. Another thing that we wanted to measure was actually off-site clicks. So while that might seem counterintuitive, it actually is a great way to understand, if someone is coming to, say it's an ad for, good nights. Someone comes to the website and they go to the good nights area of the website and they want to click to learn more about that, and they're clicking on, the good nights website. They've of course left the Explore Kneehill site, but they have now gone to the good nights website, and that for us is considered a conversion because we are looking to really drive awareness of the businesses in the region. Another conversion that we looked at measuring was the campsite booking clicks on the website. So if someone clicked to, book a campsite from one of the ones that you put on the website, that was considered a conversion. Email, so there were email options for some of the businesses on the site with listings. So if they click that, that would have been a conversion. Phone calls, while not every browser allowed for phone calls to happen, certain browsers did. So if someone was able to make a phone call to a business on the website, that was considered conversion. And then lastly, tourism brochure and guide clicks were considered conversions on the website. So if someone downloaded that from kneehillcounty.com, that was a conversion. So just a high-level overview of the digital advertising efforts, and I'll kind of break down each of the platforms as I get there, but on a blended, like all platforms basis, the total campaign garnered over 8 million impressions. So that means over 8 million times these ads were shown to people, which resulted in over 36,000 clicks. The click-through rate here doesn't really mean as much because it's more on a per platform basis, but the blended click-through rate is 0.45%. And the total conversions for this campaign for the duration between June and August was 2,715. For Hyperdisplay, so Hyperdisplay is a platform that our digital tech company likes to use because it really drills into the individual, it's very good at targeting specific target audiences that we want to go after with very little spillage to other audiences that aren't our target audiences. So Hyperdisplay, you would see these ads on, blogs, on the web, on just different websites, on a myriad of different places on the internet. And so this is more of the awareness driver of the campaign. So you'll notice there are quite a few impressions, not as many clicks and fewer conversions. But that is actually the way it is designed because we can target them so specifically. This is kind of it's the awareness part of the campaign, which then we can look at retargeting with other platforms that we showed here, like with social and search. So it's a good way to just get in front of a lot of people, and then we can retarget those and see higher conversions on other platforms. So with over 2 million impressions, 12,000 clicks, the click-through rate here is actually 5 times what the benchmark was, which was 0.1%, which doesn't feel like a lot, but in the digital world, and especially with this type of platform, is actually quite significant, and over 358 conversions. The next platform, which I think is a little bit more what everyone knows and understands, is social. And so that would be, Instagram and Facebook. So we created digital ads that we would showcase to our, audiences there. And this really is like one of the converting platforms because, we had, less than 1 million impressions, but we had over 20,000 clicks. The click-through rate was 2.05%, which is amazing, which, the benchmark for that was only 0.3%, so significantly over. And the conversions, it was 1,939. So really social, because it's such a visual platform, and, the imagery was so great, and it just allows for people to kind of get more immersed into the story that we're trying to tell. It's a great converting platform, but there aren't as many targeting capabilities with audiences, which is why we need the Hyperdisplay arm of this campaign to then further target the social media side of the audiences. So it's a good blend. And then lastly, we have search. And so search would be the search ads that show up on Google or Bing. It's one of the most high intent platforms that we have. Because when people search like things to do in Alberta today or things to do in Alberta this summer, they are already looking for something to do and they're willing to convert. So we saw over 4 million impressions, over 3,000 clicks. The click-through rate on this is wasn't over the benchmark. And I think part of this is due to Google and Bing. They rank ads with quality scores, and part of that is to do with the landing page experience, so like the web page that they land on and the relevancy that they find it is to the audience or website visitor. So I think there could be some improvements to just creating that a better landing page experience for the visitor, but that is probably my assumption as to why the click-through rate wasn't as significant. That being said, though, we still had 418 conversions. I just think that is something, an area that we can improve on going forward, was just the search arm of this campaign. Just a quick one as well. So highlights, like I said, over 2,715 conversions in the last 3 months. For the days of the week that had the highest conversions were Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And the week that we saw the highest conversions was July 12th. I honestly can't remember what was going on in July 12th at this time, but that was the week that had the highest conversions in the campaign. For Hyperdisplay, just to give you an idea of what was best performing there. So we had golf awareness creative. So that was an ad promoting all the golf courses that generated the most clicks with over 1,300 clicks. And Calgary and Edmonton audiences were the most successful in terms of targeting and clicks, as it achieved over 1,800 clicks to the site, and with a 0.73% click-through rate. So that's over 7 times the benchmark for that particular audience. And they're great because they're, close to Kneehill, Explore Kneehill. Finally, for social, we had over 1,300 conversions that were on-site clicks, 521 off-site clicks, and 99 campsite booking clicks in terms of the conversions. The creative that achieved the highest number of conversions throughout all the social media ads was the story nights. So these are just our way of naming them, but like the Good Nights ad, and achieved 404 clicks and had a click-through rate of 2.26%. And then another one that had a great conversion rate was our general awareness one about staying in Kneehill. And that had 382 conversions and 2.1% click-through rate. And then in terms of search, we had 243 conversions that were attributed to on-site clicks, and the top performing keywords that got people to the site through search were things to do, campsite, campground, museum, and history. This is a number I'm very impressed with. So you can see here in 2020, the page views, specifically, this is just to the visitor page on the Kneehill County website. So in 2020, we had 3,166 views. And then in 2021, with the marketing efforts for the duration of the campaign, we saw an 864% increase to over 30,000 page views. And so I think this is, just the starting jump off point. I think with future campaigns, we can look to grow this number and really, make sure that the content on the site is tailored to the visitors, and make sure it's something that is, useful for when they visit the site. So I think this is a great launching point. One of the things we did in this campaign with the digital media buy and to help target the audiences was we did a harvest with the digital tech company. And so basically what a harvest is we geofence certain locations, and within that certain geofence location, we can start harvesting unique device IDs. And when I mean unique device IDs, I mean your cell phone, your tablet, that type of thing. So long as your location services are turned on, the company that we use can buy that data. And now once we have the unique device ID, we have it for the existence of that device. So as long as that device is in existence, you don't buy a new phone, we can start serving ads directly to that device and talk to you directly. So that is something that we really want to do, because once again, we don't want to have that much spillage. We want to make sure that we're targeting the right people. So the 87 locations that we chose were a mixture of ones in Kneehill and also around Alberta that we felt, were like-minded audiences that we could then, if they obviously went to this place in Alberta, we could say, hey, you know what, come here to explore Kneehill, and we can say this is going to be an experience that you're going to enjoy. So of the 87 locations that we looked to geofence, we captured 9,000 device IDs that now we can look to market to on a continual basis, as long as those devices are in existence. So another thing that we did for this campaign was kind of create that social media look and feel and that strategy. So the social media goal that we had was to celebrate the region and set the region apart online. We want to tell the Explore Kneehill story and drive awareness. We really want to create that online community with local businesses just to get them engaged and wanting to participate. We want to showcase user-generated content, amplify influencer stories, tourists, and other destinations in the region. We want to create opportunities for local experiences to engage and share their own stories online. And lastly, we want to convert online followers to day trip and staycation travelers. So this is a little old because I had to send this a bit early, but so the followers that we have on Instagram is 471, but I think it's closer to almost just under 500 right now. The majority of audience is female-based, which makes sense with social media. It's heavily female-based, but especially Instagram. This, though, is, I think, more targeted towards women when we see 80% female, aged 25 to 45, which is also the demographic that makes most sense with this platform. And then for Facebook as well, we see the audience is even more female and age 35 to 55, which also makes sense with the platform, having just a slightly older demographic. And then the top locations where our audiences or where our followers are from on social media, we have 26% of them from Three Hills. 26% of them from Calgary, 24% from Three Hills, 6% from Drumheller, 5% Acme, and 5% Red Deer. That is changing though, just on a monthly basis. So every month that the social media manager updates me, these numbers just change ever so slightly. But Calgary definitely is the lion's share of the locations that our followers are from. In terms of reach, and this is just for the duration of the campaign, these are how many accounts we reached per platform. So on Facebook, we reached over 280,000 accounts from June to the end of August. And for Instagram, we reached over 48,000 accounts from June to the end of August, with a mixture of organic posts and also the paid advertising. Another aspect of this campaign was we wanted to get people to the region and tell their stories. So we engaged with Lee McAdam, who's a travel writer for Hike Bike Travel. And we sent her to the area and she wrote a lovely story for us on her blog. I think this was sent out to everyone, but I have included the story as a link at the very end here, so you can click to see and read that story. But she had a great time, and I think it was, and we've used her in other campaigns before, so we thought her voice was perfect for this type of campaign. And another thing we did was we worked on developing a photo shoot, or scheduling a photo shoot in the region with a local photographer. And we were very happy with the results. It was really a collaboration between the photographer and also Kneehill, because we had such great volunteers to be the model and the talent in the photo shoots, and I think the results are absolutely phenomenal, and very pleased with that. And we got some great assets that now we can use in future campaigns for a lot of businesses that we had content gaps for, and we were able to close those content gaps for future campaigns. And lastly, one of the things that we just wrapped up was a photo contest on social media. And this was just really to help us promote user-generated content so that we could get more, UGC to promote on the social channels, and for also Explore Kneehill to use in their marketing efforts. So these were respectively 1, 2, and 3 of the campaign winners. And sorry, not lastly, this is the last one. We also just finished wrapping up developing a print ad for an upcoming magazine in Invest Alberta, Experience Alberta magazine. All right, and that concludes my talking portion. And I guess I'll leave sharing my screen in case everyone wants to go back to a certain page, but I will open the floor up to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicola. Are there any questions from council? Looks like you got off easy.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. I really appreciated working on this campaign with all of you, and looking forward to hopefully some more to come.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming or Zooming in or video conferencing in to present. That was nice presentation to see. Nice to see that many people that are interested in what we're doing here in Kneehill County. So again, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye. Next agenda item, 5.4.1, Central Alberta Economic Partnership. Welcome, Jacqueline, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. I feel like I'm bringing you everything today. So we will start with Central Alberta Economic Partnership. We're going to have a few of them for you guys today. Essentially what our first one is essentially a letter of support request. The Central Alberta Economic Partnership will be making an application for the CanExport grant to improve the region's attractiveness for foreign direct investment, acronym FDI. That's really just a branch of investment and attraction, which is a branch of economic development. So to give everybody just a little bit of a reminder of who and what CAPE is, Central Alberta Regional Economic Partnership is actually a REDA, so a Regional Economic Development Alliance, which is broken into a number of different regions throughout Alberta with a mandate of supporting regions and municipalities in their economic development, their investment attraction capabilities. Each REDA has a little bit of a different focus. CAPE has about 45 members at this time. They connect us with tools, resources, training, people, really to, again, just help move our mandate forward. In preparation for this grant application, Kneehill County participated in a project planning roundtable with CAPE and various partners in the region to assist in identifying the gap in Central Alberta's ability to attract foreign direct investment, as well as brainstorm a number of projects that this funding could be used for. So at this time, CAPE is asking us for a letter of support indicating our willingness to partner in a project that would be eligible for the CanExport grant. They're also asking that if we put in the letter that we do commit to some form of funds to participate in the project. So firstly, CanExport funding is distributed by the Government of Canada. It is a 50-50 cost share grant. It would be done as a regional collaboration with CAPE leading the project. And it can only be used for investment attraction activities specific to foreign direct investment. So that's when we're trying to bring in a business from overseas or market our region to businesses overseas. Essentially, when we look at those companies, they expect us to have a really high level of readiness. The grant deadline is November 12th. That's why it's before you today. We do have a letter done up in case we decide to proceed. In order to put this grant together, CAPE has given us a selection of potential projects. At the time that we ran our agenda, they didn't have a specific project plan in place. So sadly, I can't give you any very specific details, but some of them are business retention expansion programs. So those are surveys we do with our business communities to collect results, SWOT analysis, updating the regional attraction. I'm sure you've read them, I won't go through them all. Kimberly provided us with an estimate, and then she also provided us with an estimate of what our potential buy-in to be part of that project would cost. So it's all very high level, but it does give us an idea. So when it comes to the budgeting component in the economic development budget portfolio, we do put a small amount for pay-to-play projects, specifically through CAPE and Community Futures Wild Rose. Looking at the numbers that were presented for us, I would say absolutely to a maximum of $5,000 to participate, because we can pick and choose which of the projects we would be participating in. So my request to council today is to commit up to a maximum of $5,000 in support of this project so that they know that funding is available if they do obtain the grant. That being said, because we haven't seen the full project plan, if the amount comes anything over $5,000, I would like to bring it back to council for reconsideration and approval. That funding is currently available in our 2022 budget ask. So I think that covers it.
Okay, are there any questions from council to Ms. Buchanan? Clarifications? Yes, Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. So I'm just curious with, like, I just want to make sure that if we're doing like something that with the foreign investment, that we're not taking anything away from like local Albertan or Canadian companies? Like, is there a little bit more you could kind of explain about that?
Not necessarily. So even though so grant pockets are very, very, very specific. In order to get funding, you have to meet all their checks and boxes. A program like this, even though the funding we would be obtaining would be to bring in foreign direct investment, the project itself would be beneficial to any investment of attraction because it's really just increasing our capacity in the region to basically house any business here. So for example, things like the Business Retention Expansion Program, that's talking to our local businesses to see how the health of the region is, what they would like to see, strengths, opportunities, threats. Identify and work, I'm not sure what that was supposed to say, but best practices. So what that was when we were at the meeting, that's talking about what regional collaboration would look like in terms of settling investments. So even though, again, the money paying for it would be out of the foreign direct investment envelope, that would be beneficial to everybody in the region. It's just really taking our level of readiness now and elevating it the next couple steps.
Deputy Reeve King.
So based on what you're telling us, they are not sure exactly what amount they're going to apply for or which project specifically might be within their grant application.
Through the Reeve, at this time, they haven't provided us with a project plan because of the tight timeline of the grant application. We know conclusively it's going to fall somewhere in these categories based on the roundtable conversation that the municipalities had with them. With CAPE projects, it's a pay-to-play. So you pick and choose which portion of the project you want to be involved in. So if there's something that, if we don't have a budget to do the full thing, we don't have the budget to do the full thing. There's still likely pieces that we are going to be able to proceed with. Part of the issue is as well because CAPE is a regional organization, we can't guess how many other municipalities are going to pay to play for their portion of the grant. It's a tough one to guesstimate.
Yes, Councillor McGee.
If we decline to fund, how would that affect our other projects that we do through CAPE?
Through the Reeve, it would not necessarily affect the other projects we do through CAPE. So generally speaking, any project that we already do through CAPE, we do pay a portion of. So for our new members of council, we do pay a per capita membership fee to participate in the organization. Any projects outside of that, though, we actually pay a portion. So generally speaking, we're cost sharing with CAPE and whatever grant program was in place. So for example, the comprehensive land analysis that we did, we were able to do that because CAPE did the project because they did it on a large scale. They basically got a preferred rate from the contractor to offer it out to the region. And then they were able to pay for 50% of that project. So again, it's not a pay to play. It would be, so if we don't do this one, we aren't necessarily not going to be involved in others. This is going to be such a huge project. I would suspect it's going to be one of the few that we see from CAPE over the next year. So they do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but they only have a limited amount of capacity to offer projects that are beneficial to different partners in the region.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Of the projects that you have listed there, which ones are the most viable for 5 or 10 years down the road for the county?
So when we looked at it, when we were provided the final list, through the Reeve, we actually selected the top 4, but in reverse order. So for us, when we looked at our long-term strategy and what would align with our economic development goals, we identified number 4, which is best practices regarding collaboration for investment attraction to the region. So essentially what that's saying is, what does a good relationship and a functional relationship look like in the region to be working on those border properties. Updating the regional investment attraction matrix and sector profiles. That's always an important one to us because we're looking at the central Alberta region as a whole. Those are incredibly expensive projects, though we do have 4 of our own that we're going to be releasing in the next couple months here. CAPE has a much greater capacity to do the larger scale version. We have 11 currently in place with CAPE. We just want to reevaluate those and relook at them again. The SWOT analysis on investment readiness for the region, I mean, it just hasn't been done on a regional scale before, at least not in my recent history. So that really sets us up for the future where we should be putting our own budget, our own money, because we always want to make sure that we're aligning with what naturally fits to our region. And then the business retention and expansion program, we did that one because we actually have in-house tried to complete it. They're not terribly successful without having a contractor in place that can actually pick up the phone and do the actual calls. So the one we have has not proceeded well at all. That's why we've added it to the list. And again, that helps direct us internally where we should be moving in the future.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Buchanan from council? What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
Just another quick question. So you're proposing this 5,000 in your 2022 budget. So I guess basically if we agree to do this, we are approving that 5,000 in your 2022 budget at this point.
Yes, through the Reeve. That is essentially why it's being brought to you at this time, because if we choose at this point to support the program, we don't then want to turn around and say once they've received the funds that we can no longer participate in it. And again, in the budget, when the budget comes forward, it's literally, we just have a small pot of money that we can use for these projects, because generally when we're doing these projects, we're getting a 50% discount at minimum. So it's taking projects we would be completing on our own and actually partnering with another agency to do it at a more cost-effective rate.
Councillor Forbes.
So in the past, when you've partnered with them, has the county lost money on certain projects, or have you been good to go?
Through the Reeve, no, we've not lost money. They're not generally projects in which you would profit or lose money on. Generally speaking, they're project planning. So they're things that we have to do in order to complete our internal planning anyway. So for example, the comprehensive land assessment, I believe is the only one in my time that we did at Kneehill County. What that did is it looked at, took a really comprehensive deep dive into what the county has available for land, and with that land, what we can do to proceed further with investment attraction. So it's a project that needed completed anyway. If there's something that comes up that doesn't align with what our needs and goals are, we just don't proceed with it.
Councillor Penner.
I'd actually like to put the motion out there that we provide a letter of support backing the Central Alberta Economic Partnership CanExport Investment Attraction Grant application, which is due here on the 12th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion before us to provide a letter of support. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none, so call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. Oh, wait, yep, motion is defeated. Okay, so there is no need for number 2 motion then, correct? All righty. We will move on to 5.4.2. Ms. Buchanan.
So this is our second Central Alberta Economic Partnership RFD before you today. I will skip a little bit of the background as I just wasn't sure which was first, so the same as in both. So with the new turnover in council, CAPE is needing to replace some of their directors. So at this time, they have 7 director seats available. Specifically to us, they have 1 position available for a 3-year term for a municipal county and a 1 position available for a 1-year term for a municipal county. And what they're looking for at this point is nominations to have a councillor step forward to fill those positions. So in terms of what that role actually takes care of through the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, one of the big things that individual will be doing right now is they are currently in the process of doing their strategic planning for their next, I believe, 5-year plan. Don't quote me on that number. So whoever steps into that seat will be playing a fairly large role in that project. And essentially, as all organizations, the directors really guide the direction of the organization and provide the priorities to the executive director, what regionally we should be working on. So the ask here is for council's consideration if they want to put a nomination forward to fill a seat on the board. We've done just a high-level estimate of what that cost would be in terms of per diem, travel, expenses to the county. It would be around $3,000, just based on the meetings that they had laid out in their plan. Again, just an estimate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Are there any questions from council?
And that would be annual.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I had the privilege of being at the meet and greet this past week for CAPE, and I'm very impressed with the enthusiasm and the group that gathers there. I would feel that this is a better use of our money than the previous motion that we were asked for. I also believe that it's time for us to really have an input into how we work with this group so that we do pull that work that tends to be highlighted in the Highway 2 area into our area better. And for that reason, I would like to suggest my name for whichever amount, if anyone would like to, if the rest of council feels it's appropriate, I'd be very willing to take that position. Or request to try for that position would be the correct word.
And I take it that the board will determine whether it's the 3-year position or the single 1-year position.
I am not actually certain.
Okay, so you put your name forward for the position that's available? Is that how that works?
I would have to get clarification on that. Is there a preference to a 1-year or 3-year term?
That would be a question for Councillor McGee.
I would advise a 3-year term, just because I think just getting through the strategic plan will take that 1 year, and by then it's, you know, it'd be nice to be able to have that continuity to bring it forward to our area.
Okay, the nomination deadline is on November 22nd, so we still have some time. I guess you're familiar with the process, Jacqueline, so are there any other volunteers for the position available? Would someone like to make, well, question? Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
I guess. My comment would be is if we were to do this, I think that we should be, as Councillor McGee has already said, we should be pursuing the 3-year position. That would give us an opportunity to have some impact. And my question is the amount estimated, the total that's estimated there, that's above what would have been the cost for our member to sit on the CAPE board?
The mathematical calculation before you is taking the number of meetings times Daly's council rate and the actual travel to Red Deer. So if there's a meeting that is outside of Red Deer, on occasion, their annual general meeting might be, but for the most part, they are in Red Deer. So the mileage shouldn't change that much. We assumed 4 lunches because generally you get fed at the annual and the general meeting. So I think 3,000 is a safe estimate, but I couldn't confirm that specific number.
Just as a follow-up, so our current member on CAPE is Councillor McGee, and the alternate is Councillor Cunningham. So if they were to attend CAPE meetings at this point in time, they would be just attending the 2 regular general meetings?
For the most part, through the Reeve, sorry. Yes, that is correct. For the most part, any member is just attending the general meetings.
Okay, so really what we're adding then is we're adding 4 board meetings and the 1 planning session potentially per calendar year.
Mhm.
So included in that 3,000, which is what I'm trying to get to, is what they would already have been committed to doing as on our part as a council representative to CAPE.
Yes, if our council representatives were consistently attending those meetings, then yes. And generally speaking, only 1 person would attend those meetings, I believe. It's been tough because there's been nothing in person with COVID, so the schedule's a little out of whack.
Councillor McGee.
Just for clarity, how I understand this, what we're talking about here is that we could compare it to the Badlands Association that just finished for us. We were all committee members. We had a vote at the AGM. We gathered only once a year because of that AGM. And then they had a separate board who made the strategic plan and made decisions that we had no input on at all, which really did affect us in the end. And what I've learned through sitting on that is that we need to be more proactive at promoting our area. And so this would be, yes, I'd be going to the AGMs as a regular member, but this would be the next step level of being part of the board and part of the input on how strategic plans are made.
Councillor, or Deputy Reeve King, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was going to put it in front of council then that we could make a decision on this, that council nominate Councillor McGee to put their name forward for the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Board member nomination.
Okay, and we don't need anything about the 3-year term? Just a question? CAO Hogan.
No, at this point, I don't think that that you do. Council has put out there your preference. Really, the motion is just capturing council's endorsement of one of its members putting their name forward for the board.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion before us to nominate Councillor McGee to put name forward for the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Board member nomination. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Congratulations, Councillor McGee. Good luck with the nomination. All righty, our next agenda item is, I'm getting it, 6.1, the quarterly financial reporting. Welcome, Miss Von Merbach. After all that practice, I got it just about right. And anytime you're ready.
All right, good morning, Reeve and members of council. This morning I bring forward to you the third quarter financial results. So as everyone knows, the MGA requires us to adopt a balanced budget every year, and our quarterly report is effectively a report card on how operations are doing against that budget. Before I kind of jump into each of the appendixes and what those mean, I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about how these reports are actually developed behind the scenes, just to give a bit better of a context. So council adopts the budget, and in the background, we actually do something called calendarizing the budget, which means we take and look at trends of different expenses and revenues and kind of project when those are going to happen throughout the year. So when we're doing the quarterly report, it gives council much better information in terms of where we're really sitting against expectations. Behind the scenes, we do that every quarter. We kind of review those. We look at historical data to make sure that those trends are in line. So the information that you see in terms of what we're doing to date versus our projections to year end are really thoroughly looked at each quarter. This also includes talking to managers and seeing if those trends are accurate, verifying variances. It includes talking to accounts payable to see if anything is behind the scenes, hasn't been paid yet, isn't on the books yet, and should be picked up within those reports. For the third quarter report, that information is also used to kind of look at the proposed budget for the next year and kind of look at what trends we're seeing within variances and make sure that the new budget that we're going to propose to council is sort of in line with the trends that we're seeing, anything that's over or under budget, and it's used in that capacity. So that's sort of just in the background a little bit of how we get to presenting this report. And so then I'll kind of start with Appendix A. Appendix A and Appendix B are both fairly interrelated. A is presenting the budget against functional area, so different types of revenues and expenses. Appendix B talks to the different departments. And I'll kind of go more in depth on Appendix A and what that looks like and what departments are kind of creating those variances. Appendix B is more just there for council's information. So if you look, at the moment, we're looking at a $1.5 million surplus, which is a really good story. This is kind of a combination of two different things. One is that we have higher revenues than we were budgeted for. That's partly to do with some revenues, some grant money that came in that wasn't budgeted for, and some money that had to do with prior things that happened in the past, some disaster recovery funding and some things to do with that. The other component of that surplus has to do with expenses that have come in under budget, and this is predominantly just COVID related. It has nothing to do with decreased service levels. The administration continues to operate at the levels that were approved by council in the adopted budget. It's just we've seen cost savings due to a variety of circumstances throughout the year. So when we're talking revenues, we've got what is, in accounting terms, technically an unfavorable revenue variance, but that's not really true given our circumstances. A huge portion of that is a $1.8 million reduction in the transfers we're taking out of reserves this year. So that's good news. That means we have more money in reserves than we were budgeting to have. And that's a function of predominantly the Torrington gravel pit project coming in under budget. We anticipated a potential for more gravel than was there. It didn't materialize, and as such, we didn't spend all the money we had allocated for it. The other side of that, so that's that $1.8 million, which is technically unfavorable, but really truly favorable because it's effectively a reduction in our draws from a savings account. The other side of that is almost $1 million worth of positive revenue variances. And those come from a variety of different things. And I'll kind of go into a little bit more detail here. So operating grants are sitting at $285,000 favorable. $100,000 of this is to do with ASB grants. We have always had for several years, we've had a $50,000 annual ASB grant that we didn't expect to get for 2021. And in fact, in March of this year, we found out we actually got it for 2020 as well and hadn't booked it that way. So that's $100,000 worth of that variance. The other part is $50,000 variance for grant for asset management, which we got approval for a couple months ago. That program is starting in the near future and will kind of continue into 2022. But when we come back and do the Q4 report, that'll kind of be accommodated in there, and one of the things that we will request to carry forward into next year. The other one of those is there's $128,000, which was COVID grant relief funding from the province. And we intentionally did not include this in our budget when we proposed it because we knew that there were funds and expenses that were going to come from COVID that we couldn't really anticipate. So we didn't want to bring that money really into our plans necessarily because we knew it wasn't sustainable. The next line item is other revenue. Again, we're $288,000 favorable here too. This is related to overland flooding from 2018. So we finally got those funds back. Those were expenses that were incurred several years ago now. And returning councillors will remember that we actually moved to contribute those funds into a disaster recovery reserve, which is reflected on the expenditure side with an increase in reserve contributions. The next side is $135,000 favorable on provincial education requisition credits. And again, likewise, we got those back. Those were money that we spent, put out for taxes that were ultimately uncollectible. And those have also been transferred into reserves on the bottom side on the expense line. We're also unfavorable on water sales to do with the transportation department. That's just to do with industry activity in the oil field. And then so moving on to sales of goods and services, we've got $215,000 favorable here. Predominantly that has to do with the Gravel Blitz program that we implemented this year, which wasn't originally included in the 2021 operating budget. And again, in the Q2 report, we requested that those funds be transferred into the gravel reserve as they came in. So that's also reflected on the expense side of the schedule. Penalties and fines, you'll note on Q3, it's reporting a positive variance. However, we're not expecting that to materialize through year end. So council will see a future report that'll come forward that's likely going to write off many of those penalties and fines. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. So when you look at projected year-end variance, that variance isn't reflected there, just because we're anticipating that to happen. Special taxes and frontage, we've got a favorable variance there. That's just to do with higher than anticipated water riser fees that have come in through the year. Return on investments is $50,000 favorable at year end. We've been really proactive this year in terms of investing our money in different locations to get in different financial institutions to get a higher return on investment. I'll talk a little bit more to that when I get to that appendix. And then finally, transfers from reserves, as I kind of spoke about a little bit before, we're way under budget on those, and that's just due to operating projects that have come in under budget, so we haven't needed to make those draws from our reserve funds. Okay, and then so expenses are showing a $2.3 million favorable variance. Predominantly, the majority of this is those operating projects that came in under budget. However, there's still another $500,000 that is really kind of, well, it's more than that, but it's to do with just general operating things, sorry. So contract goods and services are sitting at $330,000 favorable. Those are all just general training, dispatch fees, greater contract came in under budget. There's multiple things that have just kind of not quite materialized as expected through the year, but again, hasn't decreased our service levels. It's just been a function of operations in a pandemic. Same with materials, goods, and supplies. We're sitting at favorable. This is general supplies across all departments of the organization. There's no real one heavy hitter that has resulted in that favorable variance. And then salaries, wages, and benefits, again, we're under budget on those. A large portion of that is to do with lower than anticipated overtime wages. And it's just been, we've had, weather has been good. We haven't had to use overtime rates. We're kind of monitoring that to year end. Obviously, some things can change and kind of affect that result at year end, but this is where we think we're going to be sitting. That has also been, we've had some turnover in the organization that has resulted in cost savings that just weren't budgeted for. Transfers to individuals and organizations is sitting at $83,000 favorable. This is all council grant programming. Again, COVID has meant fewer applications on some of those grant programs, and they just haven't been cash outflows as a result. Our contributions to reserves are over budget, and this is all to do with those revenues that came in that we weren't expecting, and those were all done by motion through the Q2 report. So those are the PERC funding, DRP funding, and all the gravel blitz revenues. And then, as I've spoken to before, the gravel project that came in under budget is the huge portion of why we have a favorable result on terms of expenses. So from there, I'll move on to the project summary. And I'll note, when I was looking at this last night, I did not update the locations of the bridges as requested. I'm sorry, I will get on that. So we've got 29 operating and capital projects. One thing to note is the operating projects on here are included in the first schedules. They just have more detailed information on here. The capital projects are a total standalone. So we've completed 2 more capital projects since the Q2 report, both of which came in, well, one's completed and one's canceled. The one that's completed, Hasty Highway, came in under budget, and it was a lower than expected cost on the asphalt contract, so per ton, so that is the result of that. The second one is the Swalwell Lagoon access. We had planned to put in a new road there, and the design wasn't feasible. We've kind of understood that we can have access to that site through adjacent landowners, so we've acknowledged that we don't need to actually complete that project. So those funds will end up being returned to the reserve in which they were earmarked out of. We've also got a few operating projects that are projected to come in under budget, as well as a few that are looking at being over budget. At the Q4 report, we'll kind of look at those. We're anticipating we can fund those out of available operating dollars. We're just not at a point where we want to say exactly what that's going to look like yet, but that'll get addressed in the Q4 report and will require a motion from council. So then on to the cash and investment summary. I'll make one note. I made a mistake on the second investment on the bottom one. Its term actually is January 2024. That's how we got that 1.8% interest rate. So again, the last year or so, we'd only had money in our service general bank account incurring a 0.7% interest rate. We've been proactive on opening up a high interest savings account, on purchasing some GICs. There's some more investment stuff in the works in the background, and we're expecting to be able to increase that actual return on investment to 1.2%. Now, you won't see that as an annual for this year because some of those investments weren't placed until partway through the year, but next year we're kind of looking at that's what our return on investment is likely to be, and might go up more than that depending on what the prime interest rate does in the time too. So finally, I'll look at the reserve continuity. And so you'll see that we had our budgeted contributions, our budgeted draws, and our budgeted capital draws. And then in this right half of the schedule, you see anything that's happened post-budget approval that has changed those reserve contributions. We can't take more money out of a reserve without council motion, and the only time that the amount we're taking out changes is if something comes in under budget and we don't take as much out of a reserve as we need to. So those are all noted there, and you'll see kind of on the far right there's the projected surplus and deficit of projects. So those funds haven't been technically returned back to those reserves, but we're just kind of projecting out based on our information to date on what will be available in our reserve funds for the next budget year. So that's all of my appendix information, but there's 3 other small items that we have motions for within this report that need to be addressed by council. The first one is gas co-op taxes. So we have a policy that says that council will basically write off taxes related to the gas co-ops in the county. This is to the tune of about $3,600. So motion number 1 is just requesting the authority to write off those taxes in accordance with that policy. The second one is for motion number 2, is the province has a property within the county borders, and they have basically always provided a grant back for the amount of the property taxes. They've changed their policies on that to reduce how much they're actually returning back to the county. So that is approximately, the tax bill for that property is about $600. So we're just also requesting approval to write off the portion that the province is not returning with grant funding. And then motion number 3 is to do with the sale of McCall land that was approved on October 26th. We didn't specify a reserve that the funds should go back into, and so this is just requesting that they return back to the gravel reserve. The property was intended for the extraction of gravel, so that is kind of the appropriate reserve to return the funds to. And that is, I believe, it for me, unless council has any questions.
Thanks, Marika. Are there any questions from council to Ms. Marika? I have one. Are we current with our PERC program?
Yeah, we have, I think the intake is in January, I believe. So anything that kind of falls under that, we have to wait until January to put all that information together and supply it to the province.
Okay, and that has to do with writing off our taxes on.
Yeah,
this.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
So the McCall, when you guys purchased it in 2008, where did the funds come from?
The gravel reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
are there any other questions from council? Yes, Councillor McGee.
I move that we authorize the cancellation of 2021 taxes in the total amount of $3,579.23 for the gas co-op owned property rolls as listed as per council policy.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to authorize the cancellation of the 2021 taxes as presented on screen before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the next motion that council authorize the cancellation of the 2021 taxes in the amount not paid by the province for roll number 30211533000 as per the directive from the province regarding the grants in place of taxes program.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion before us to authorize the cancellation of the 2021 taxes from the province as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? All right, I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that council authorize that the net proceeds from the sale of the sundry McCall land be contributed to the gravel reserve.
All righty, we have a motion before us to authorize the net proceeds for the sale of the land to go back into the gravel reserve. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve King.
And I'll make the last motion required, which is that council receive the quarterly financial report for the period ending September 30th, 2021 for information.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to receive the quarterly financial report as presented for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I don't see any. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Von Merbach. Okay, we are going to have a recess. So we'll be back in a bit. Give you more time to sweat there, Carolyn.
might be of concern. We do go through and as well provide this opportunity that if there is anything that council has questions on regarding those resolutions, or if there's additional research or anything like that that council would like administration conduct regarding the resolutions, then we have some time to do that prior to the convention. As council is aware, once you're at the convention, these are free votes. So any delegate at the convention has the ability to vote any way they want on any particular resolution. So it's not that Kneehill County needs to have one vote. If we have 7 delegates there, we will have 7 votes. So it is possible to vote in different directions, even among a council. But if there are ones here that council would like to discuss or would like further background on, perhaps we can answer and provide that background today. Perhaps we need to do more research, but we have time to do that, should council desire.
Are there any hard questions for Mr. Hogan on the resolutions? Councillor Penner.
I don't have a question, but I was just wondering, Mr. Hogan, if you could just go through each one and just kind of a short summary of what you feel or why it come forward and stuff like that.
Mr. Reeve, we can do this. So the first one, and starting with that, the emergency medical services capacity and service delivery. So I think the ultimate background here is that a number of years ago, the province changed the way ground ambulance services were delivered. And so what they've adopted a model which they use when an ambulance is called out, and it leaves a gap or an area that isn't covered. And they use a system which statistically says, well, where is the next call likely to come in? And they start moving around ambulances. Can work a lot better if you're in downtown Calgary or Edmonton, but if you're on the outskirts, that's where ambulances get pulled from because there's a lower statistical probability that you're going to be receiving a call. And so between that and what are known as interfacility transfers, the ambulances tend to get, so an interfacility transfer is when you're moving a patient from one medical facility to another one, and you're using an ambulance to do that. So while that ambulance is not on a medical response per se, it is tied up and essentially out of service if a new call comes in. And so what a lot of places are seeing is they're seeing a lack of suitable ambulance provision within their communities because the ambulance is out of town. And so that is where, what they're looking at is saying that, we need to sit down and relook at this model because for a lot of parts of the province, it's not working. Or we have areas where we have a community and there's insufficient EMS coverage to service that community because the ambulance is out of service for one reason or another, or at least is out of service to that community.
Yeah, they also promised when they took this over, there would be no declination of services within the area, but that hasn't worked out either. Yeah. I think the problem is as you get closer to the urban centers, the ambulance, when they have a code red within the city, there's been instances where I do believe even our ambulances have been called out to sit in the city and wait for the next call or be dispatched into the city for a call. So is it a lack of ambulances? Is it a lack of capacity? I guess we'll find out when the resolution comes forward.
Yeah. To the next one is regarding disaster recovery program cost allocations. So this one here, in terms of its background, is the province recently, and as of, I think this was a few months ago, maybe last year, but definitely within the last little bit, has changed the way that disaster recovery program funding works, or they will be going forward to. And so in the past, when there were disaster recovery claims or what a municipality could claim, there were portions there that were paid by the provincial government and portions by the federal government at different levels. They tied in, where what they've looked at now is wanting to cost share that. I say wanting to cost share, is downloading some of that cost onto municipalities. So whereas it goes forward now is 10% of an emergency will be ours. The cost of eligible claims made under the disaster recovery program for disasters within their boundaries. So what that relates to is they have put on that when there are claims, when there is a disaster that occurs, the municipality is going to be on the hook for more of the response or more of the provision of financial funding coming out of that. So there are some additional details to go through in that program in terms of what that looks like. You know, if you claim damages for your house under a DRP, you know, is the municipality paying a portion of that? That's what they're driving at with this resolution here, and what they're saying what they're wanting to lobby the provincial government is to rethink that model.
Yeah, ultimately what they've done is they've claimed back, or they've reduced our payments by 10%.
Yeah. There are other things that they've tied in here that are likely outside the scope of this motion. Is they have put other restrictions in place. So for an example, if you have a property that's flooded out and you get funding under the DRP for that, your property is no longer eligible for future disaster recovery program funding based on floods. If there's a fire or stuff like that, so what they're really aiming at there is putting in a financial incentive that if you have a property that floods every time it rains, perhaps it's time to relocate the property or the house or whatever. Is once it's flooded once, you won't get funding again. You might for a different disaster, but not for that one. So there was a bundle of changes that came through when the province did this just recently. Next we have vegetation management on provincial highways. Yes, I think so. I didn't skip one, did I? No.
Nope.
Okay.
You just wish you did.
Okay. So this really what it relates to is, say a number of years ago, the province changed its strategy regarding vegetation management. Well, it's in the title, on provincial highways. I'm just going to simply repeat that. Basically, weed control along provincial roads. And so what they moved from having a program to doing it on more of a complaint basis. And so they would look at taking care of weeds or spraying if there was a complaint. And so what's being asked for here is that they abandon the complaint process and they just go back to having a program that does this.
Yeah, rather than getting a weed notice from the county and then having the county go out and spray the problem for them.
Yeah. So I don't know, is there any other questions on that one, or is that, there's not a ton of background there. That's kind of just the whole, returning it to the program that it was. Okay, this next one, provincial health restriction decisions. So one of the things that has gone on during the COVID pandemic, and municipalities have pushed back on the province for this. I say some have. What you've really seen this is from the cities or the larger urbans, but it's been a concern for all of us. Is in a number of areas the province has made decisions where their decision was effectively leave it up to the municipality. Where a number of municipalities have come back and said, that's a cop-out, you guys are the ones making the rules, so make the rules. Is if it's left to, you really saw this out of the city of Edmonton when Don Iveson was mayor, and I think he had a good point, was around, it's confusing for residents if they're, you're in, as an example, take our instance here, is we are technically in the county here. So if the town is doing one thing and the county's doing a different thing, residents typically don't understand that they've crossed a municipal boundary to come to here or Digger's greenhouse. And so we could technically fall under different, for decisions left to the municipalities. Obviously the province has made some broad mandates that take effect. What they're really looking at here is saying, don't make municipalities make that decision. If it's coming down from your jurisdiction, you be the bad guy, don't make us the bad guy. and make it so that it's across the board so that you don't have that confusion that can lead to different jurisdictions doing different things. And then if memory serves, there is quite a bit of background on this one. The background to this one might be the bulk of your agenda. Seniors Foundation's requisition. So this again we saw at the District 2. Going to the operative clause. This is one that came out of a municipality up north, and what they're, I guess to boil this down, a lot of the background that they're looking at is some, whether you call it education or awareness or clarification around what powers seniors foundations have versus what are optional. So there are some things that seniors foundations do where they simply requisition money from us, and we don't, as municipalities, really have a choice in that. There's other functions that they can do where we do have some choice, so that they're, whether you call them different programs or developments, we do have a bit of say. And so it's not a you shall do this or that. But for the most part, their funding is a requisition. So we're simply told this is what we owe, and we have to collect that from the tax base, similar to education. So what they're aiming at here is building on a prior motion that was, and I cannot recall the reasons why that prior motion was specifically declined, but they're looking to build on that and alter it to get it back on the forefront or put it forward as something that the province undertakes. So when you see that, they engage municipalities, membership associations, to provide clarity on requisition for capital assets. And so I think that's a push to have it so that a foundation simply can't go out and do something without additional consultation from the municipality. I'll give you, where this comes into, or the originating municipality was the MD at Greenview. One of the areas this came up is that some of the foundations were wanting to do some, and they were good out-of-the-box projects, but not necessarily completely within the scope of a seniors foundation in the pure requisitioning part of it. And so that was some conflict. There's other areas that exist because seniors foundation is determined on equalized assessment. So the MD at Greenview has a very large equalized assessment, larger than most. There's 3 different seniors foundations that it contributes money to. The one out of Edson, which covers off the Grand Cache area of the MD, there's probably only and now with the dissolution of Grand Cache, it would be different. But at the time, it was, you're talking about having maybe 300 residents of a population of 6,000, but was required to contribute several $1 million to the Edson Seniors Foundation because of the equalized assessment breakout in numbers. And so there was some push there to say, hey, this maybe needs to be looked at, or our say in what that money gets used at should be greater than what it is. And so different municipalities are in different situations there, but ultimately what they're looking at is all tied back to that requisitioning power, understanding what can be requisitioned, what needs further consultation, and what the various powers are. And that's what I talked about, is really ties into that last point, is in that case from up north when they're looking at building, and I can't remember if it was Edson or Hinton, looking at building a seniors facility there that would have had the MD on the hook for additional millions of dollars for a facility that likely nobody in the MD was ever going to use. Historical resource impact assessments. So the following item here is looking, again, when projects are being done, there's a number of approvals or studies or things that you have to go through depending on the area. So we're, I think, all familiar with a lot of the environmental components of that. Historical resources is one. So if you're doing a project and you come across whether it's human artifacts or whether it's paleontological artifacts or anything else of historical note. Finding out that what we're dealing with there is part of that process. So when we talk about you with doing projects and there's stuff that we need to do in advance of those projects, all of this ties in to things that need to be done. So when we see here the request the Government of Alberta to review the requirements and costs for historical resource impact assessments be funded by the Government of Alberta. So it's saying if the assets themselves are the property of the Crown, that maybe the Crown should be paying to identify and deal with them. And that's really I guess to boil this down to its simplistic, most simplistic version, that's probably it. The awareness campaign for small modular reactors. So this again was put forward from our zone. Starland, I believe, is the mover of this. So they, when this came to the Central Zone RMA and was looked at, is looking to create as it just says, an awareness campaign for public info related to nuclear technology and specifically to these small modular reactors. So this is essentially wanting to put the nuclear discussion on the table and start putting information out there as possibly an area for the province to explore for its energy needs in the future. I guess to put it in a different way, if you're a municipality putting this forward, it suggests you probably have some desire to get this out there because you're probably going to try and chase and attract these as part of your economic development or diversification strategy.
Or to replace a coal-fired generation plant.
Yes. So again, that's really just setting the stage. To put it mildly, nuclear power generation is a contentious issue, and so it's wanting to put forward some awareness to at least not to negate the discussion, but to at least have the discussion be a little less confrontational or hyperbolic.
Yeah, there was a bit of this discussion at our Central Zone. They modified the motion a little bit, or therefore be resolved so that both the good and the bad are in the discussion.
Yeah. The next one, privatization of land titles. So this is a provincial direction or idea to, rather than doing land titles in-house, to farm this out to a third-party private for-profit organization. There's some concern around this, around what the impacts of a decision like this would be regarding leaving the transfer of land titles and everything related to that in the hands of a private company. Again, so what's being put forward here is really asking the province to pump the brakes on that for a bit and to have a broader consultation around doing it. Increasing knowledge sharing among regulators of cannabis production. So this is, we are the mover. And I see when this came out, Wheatland County is apparently a co-mover or something now, but at any rate, they are acting as our seconder. This is one that came through our council with what we're really looking for here. We have some issues with grow-ops in the area and trying specifically to identify which are grow-ops or which are facilities or suspected grow-ops that might have legal approval through Health Canada versus ones that maybe don't. So again, this is one of the ones where we're simply asking for the ability as a municipality to access a greater amount of data to actually determine, okay, there's something going on here, and we know that it's been approved by Health Canada, but we need to follow up because they don't have their municipal approvals or something else, versus one, we've gotten wind that there's one here, hey, there's no approvals, we should probably alert the RCMP to that. And so really what we're looking at is just some enhanced ability to A, find data out on the beginning end, and B, to a little bit to hold Health Canada accountable on the back end when if Health Canada is issuing approvals and dictating guidelines, who from Health Canada is following up on those to ensure that they're actually adhered to. if a person is approved for X number of plants, we get a bit suspicious when they want to add a 5,000 square foot cold storage building with 3-phase power. That raises some questions. So there is what we're looking at is some ability to go back to Health Canada and say, hey, have you, when was this place looked at last, or have you guys looked at that? Are they in compliance? That being said, we're not looking for cannabis enforcement ability on our own accord, where the county's not going to go in there and knock down doors or do anything like that. We're not looking for anything like that. We're not looking to get into anything like that. It's more of just, can we access the information so that we can know what we might have to deal with through a land use planning process versus what we want to be completely hands off on and turn over to the RCMP. And so right now, when we look at the way the system works, there's not a great ability or communication in there, even though some of the parties will say that it will be. When we followed up on this, kind of the response from Health Canada was, well, no, that's up to municipalities. We say, okay, can we have the data to look into it? No. So it doesn't leave us with really much of any ability.
And one of Health Canada's responsibilities was to enforce the regulations that are the conditions that they put upon them. But we don't know what the results of those inspections does.
The next one here, Site C Dam, BC Hydro from County and Northern Lights. So a number of years ago, BC Hydro embarked on a very large project in northeastern BC, aimed at generating power, as the title implies. It was a contentious issue among environmentalists and municipalities in northern Alberta regarding its downstream impacts, and so that's the lead up or build up to this. This is what some of the municipalities are concerned about or putting forward, is wanting to get additional information, or have the province get additional information from its provincial counterpart in BC to be in a better position to assess what downstream impacts might occur. So whether that's water management, whether that's emergency management, all those sorts of things. Yeah, it's a large project. I don't know, but simplistically, that's what it boils down to, is that there's concern around the project itself, or what happens if in dry years, how is water managed, but in other times, if the dam bursts, what does that mean for emergency management downstream? And that's the last one, it appears.
Well, till we get there, there'll be emergence.
Yeah. So I guess that's through you, Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Penner. Does that give you the idea of the background, or is there anything else that the council would like more information on?
No, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we expose the new members to it. And has anybody got any issues with the way it's worded? I guess I don't have any, but before we get them.
Well, I'm hoping there isn't amendments to amendments to amendments once we get there, but there usually is, so. Okay, so would someone like to make the motion to receive for information? Councillor Phillips.
I move that council receives the information for the 2021 Rural Municipalities of Alberta for Fall Resolution listing.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a motion before us to receive for information the RMA Fall Resolutions listing. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And next agenda item, 8.2, Christmas closure. It's coming quick. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve. So as we do every year, is bring council back an item, just a reminder for council and the general public that the county is closed for the week between Christmas and New Year's. As council is aware that the county is closed, staff are required to, for some of those days are covered by stat holidays. Other days, the members of administration need to use either personal days or vacation days to take those off. So that's codified in policy. So it's a reminder of that. And as we do each year, is coming back to council to approve closing of the county office at noon on Friday on Christmas Eve. And one of the things that we do there, we find that if people are traveling or wanting to get ready for Christmas, often that Christmas afternoon is when some of those things are happening. As we do each year, and as council's approved for many, as far as I know, for many years, is looking to for council's endorsement to close the office on the 24th. This might be one that at a future time is worthy of some discussion, whether the county just simply wants to codify this. If we bring back the request every year and it's approved every year, it starts to become something that maybe that's just the way that we do it. What we generally do in administrating this is staff that are here on Christmas Eve working are entitled to put down the full day. If a staff member is going to not be here working that day, they're required to use a full day of vacation or personal day to take that day off. So what it does is provide some incentive to have people here on Christmas Eve, rather than everybody taking it off and leaving the county short in terms of able to provide service or keep the doors open.
Yeah, I won't be here.
But as I said, this is a candidate. We bring it every year. I believe that it's agreed to every year. This could be a future candidate for something that we look to codify in policy.
Any questions? What are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that council approve closing the Kneehill County office at noon on Friday, December 24th, and that council receive for information the 2021 Christmas closure report as presented.
All righty, thank you very much. We have a motion as appears on screen for the closure of the office between Christmas and New Year's and noon on the 24th. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. We'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay. I think you're taking up the time here, Mr. Hogan. 8.3, cancellation of the November 16th Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Reeve, the item before you is looking for council's a formal motion or resolution of council to cancel the November 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. As it stands right now, there is no business or discussion necessarily on that agenda. And so what we're looking at is it can only be, council has put it forward by motion that will be a meeting. So legislatively, to undo that, council also needs to put that forward by motion. That being said, while there wouldn't be a formal Committee of the Whole meeting, as council is aware from when we described how we would wanting to do the orientation process in terms of the departments coming back to talk to you and to get into their deeper orientation, we're suggesting, as it was likely planned to meet that day anyway, that rather than a Committee of the Whole, that we still gather at the time and place, and that we continue with some of the more in-depth department presentations as part of the orientation process.
Questions, motions? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that we cancel the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for November 16th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to cancel the Committee of the Whole for next Tuesday. Any discussion to that motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
I'd just like to comment, I'm glad to see that there's an alternative plan for that date, and I think it's important that as a council we continue to get on the same page with each other, so I appreciate that.
All righty. If there is no other discussion or Doesn't seem to be. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Welcome, Ms. Anderson. Our next agenda item, 8.4, capital mailing.
Good morning, Council. As requested, I am back today with some more information about the capital mailing process. So just some background for the new council. In April of 2020, the Three Hills Capital changed the way their weekly newspaper is delivered due to an increase in Canada Post mailing rates. It is now delivered for free to every resident living within Kneehill County borders. As we have many residents that live outside the borders, since the change in April, we have been mailing a capital each week to those residents who request the service. In February of 2021, Council directed administration to continue mailing the capital out on a cost recovery basis. The Three Hills Capital has no interest in offering subscriptions again since I've spoken with them. The capital is still available to residents for free online and for free pickup at various locations throughout the county. So just some discussion topics here. Mailing the capital already takes a considerable amount of work and must be done every week, which has proven problematic at times. The process to continue mailing the capital while recouping the cost will be quite involved, as we need to ensure we're not making a profit off a publication that isn't ours. Our responsibility as a county really is to ensure our ratepayers are receiving Kneehill County specific information. The e-news bulletin would provide a more efficient, cost-effective way of delivering this information to them. News could be delivered as frequently as needed through the email, and we are not limited in the amount of information we can provide. In the citizen satisfaction survey that we recently undertook, 54% named the capital as their preferred method of receiving county news. However, though the vast majority do receive the capital, 35% still feel they're not getting enough Kneehill County information. The e-bulletin forms part of a broader strategic communications plan for 2022 to reach every resident with important information in a timely manner. This plan also includes direct mailing our ratepayer newsletter again, which is currently offered as an insert in the Three Hills Capital and is therefore missing the residents outside of our borders. But we will continue with the full-page capital ad, and this will be discussed in more detail during budget deliberations. With all this in mind, administration is recommending that we continue mailing the capital until the end of 2021 to allow those residents to transition to the digital method as was originally intended, and starting in 2022, we begin to send out the e-news bulletin instead. So just some financial implications. Currently, the cost to mail the capital is approximately $60 a week or $3,000 a year. And since I created this RFD, I think it's gone up 2 cents, and I feel that that might happen every year. 2 cents each newspaper we mail. And then to distribute the e-bulletin, we would use the same program we use for our staff newsletters with a slight upgrade to increase contacts allowed and allow more staff users, which would increase the price $20 to $40 per month or $240 to $480 per year. And there was an e-bulletin example that I believe Council already received. And yeah, that's it for me. Do you have any questions?
Thanks, Christine. Are there any questions for Christine? By the way, that email bulletin was very well done.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there really is, there's no limit to what we can share through it.
Councillor Penner.
Christine, how are we notifying those people that are currently receiving it? Are you going to enclose a couple of letters between now and the end of the year, or what were you thinking there?
Yes, through the Reeve, I would definitely start with an initial letter just explaining why and the changes we hope to make, and then probably even before the end of the year, maybe send them a digital one just to see what they're going to be receiving instead, just to kind of walk them through the process.
And we could put it in the capital, seeing as how they're getting it.
Yes.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Anderson? Yes, Councillor Cunningham.
So maybe just a broader question. So as council, you folks made the decision to terminate the capital at the end of 2021, correct?
No, we will today, though.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah, so there's just a few questions that I have, and I know we've talked about it a little bit. You know, we do still have some seniors that just really enjoy and actually some people that aren't seniors too, that just really like to have that paper in hand. I know for myself, I have some ratepayers that actually don't own a computer or don't even have email. So, you know, when I look at the survey that said 54% of them still really enjoy the capital, I guess it's just something that I wanted to mention. I think maybe it's so important that we look at that. The digital one you did was amazing, but I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting a portion of our residents.
Yes, through the Reeve, Councillor Cunningham, I totally agree. And we do have the capability of keeping a stack of capitals even here at the office that they could come and pick up for free as well, which might help them.
Councillor Penner.
I guess furthermore to that conversation, we did have lengthy discussions over this, and I brought that forward too. They're still going to be available around town, and I know that's not what they want to hear. They've told me that they would like to see it in their mailbox, but it's just, we have to educate them that this is the way it's gone. And back in the day, that was how they found out everything to do with the county was in the paper, and that focus has changed, and the focus of the capital has changed in how they deliver it now. So it is a tough one, and maybe a discussion down the road is a cost recovery for those residents that still want it mailed out, that we, in our fees, that they can subscribe to that or something like that. Have more of a discussion on that.
Any other questions? Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
I guess I have not so much a question, but I really struggle with this one as well. I know that I have residents along our boundary that are getting the capital currently through our mail-out system. There are some that are not getting the capital, period, because they never clicked into the fact that they could get it mailed to them. And a lot of them, the e-bulletin, although it's a great addition to what we're doing, will not be the answer for them. Interesting thing happened this week. I had a call regarding the water reduction use because of the repairs they're doing at the Three Hills station here. And I hadn't seen it in the paper, and I knew we had put it up on our website, but the person I was talking to hadn't seen it in the paper or on our website. And so then I went to the Capitol to look, and sure enough, it was down in the bottom corner there in our Kneehill news. But neither he nor I knew it was even in the paper. And the comment we both made is, rather than, and I hate to, and I'm not being nasty to Acme in any way, shape, or form, but that might have been the front page article on the Capitol, so people would catch the fact that this was going to happen. So our Mount Vernon and Equity water systems are immediately impacted by what's happening. And so we do have residents who weren't even aware that that was going to impact them. And they do get the capital.
Right.
Right? So I have a concern for older residents, particularly that live on our fringes, who like having the capital in their hands and will not get it. And as Councillor Cunningham has already said, who really aren't computer friendly. And so the development of the e-bulletin, even though that's a great addition to what we're doing, is not going to do it for them either. So I guess to say all of that, I am kind of opposed to us stopping our mail out, but.
Yes, Councillor Folks.
I would also agree with not stopping it as well, just because when you see the 54% of the people that in the county that are in favor of having it, you have to take that into consideration, especially when we're talking an elderly population that doesn't have the means to go out and get a computer because they feel like that's too expensive for them or it's going to be too much for them to learn. I'm always one who loves something in my hand. I know that my husband enjoys reading the paper every single week, so I have to make sure I'm there on Thursday morning to get the paper. So I would also not be in favor of it being ended as well, at least for the people in my division.
Deputy Reeve King.
I guess it's a point of clarification is to say that if you actually are receiving mail in a mailing box that's within Kneehill County, you're going to still receive the capital. It's only those people whose mailboxes are Olds or Innisfail or Drumheller or whatever that are on the fringes of the county that are not going to receive a mailed copy. So it's really just the boundary individuals that we're talking about. And so my question would be to you, Christine, is currently how many are we mailing out? And just refresh again in my memory the cost of what that is for us.
Certainly, through the Reeve, Councillor King, we currently mail out approximately 100 a week. And so that turns out to $3,000 a year once we pay for Canada postage.
But that doesn't include our staff time, sorry to break in.
No, right. Which I think Chaisley and Brett have taken this on for me, and it usually takes them, I'm not going to say most of the morning, but quite a bit of time.
And that's only for the people that have actually requested it.
Yes, sir.
Currently, our budget, we don't have this in the 2022 budget, an extension to this program.
No, I don't believe so.
So that would have to be an addition if we turn this RFD down.
Unless we were going to explore the cost recovery.
Yes,
Right.
and that's where I was going to go with it.
Yeah, okay.
So that our postage and our staff time is covered and
Right, yeah.
Councillor McGee.
I think it's important when we can look at this, we do look at both sides of the story. And as much as I'm struggling with saying no, we're not in the business of printing subscriptions of a newspaper. The group that was, the business that was, has changed their way of doing business. So we are deciding whether or not to compensate for that business to ensure people get their printed piece. And so, in my opinion, how is that different than maybe we all liked the Airdrie Life magazine? Would we have to have people say, well, I really like it, so we should start providing a magazine as well? Or, I'm not saying that very well, excuse me. What publications make it a good thing to go forward with, and what publications is not our business to do to begin with? I think is the question. And so I don't want to do away with the mail out because I can see where that's going to lack some people. I especially don't want to do away with it when our only other plan is primarily using web services, which in my opinion, when we know many people cannot get decent internet, is kind of, you know, poking the bear in my opinion. You can't get internet, but that's the only way you can get our newsletter. I don't think is appropriate. So it's, for me, I keep going around in circles, but the truth is, do we want to do what is a different businessman's point of business as part of our business? Right? This is, the capital made a business decision to not have subscriptions. Do we need to now become an extension of their business and provide subscription? That's the hard part. We want the people to get the tangible information. It does not need to be that publication that comes from a business in this community, because now we're supporting one business.
Through the Reeve, I did just want to mention too that none of this is for sure, and we are exploring other options, again, that we will bring back to the 2022 deliberations. Whether that's more mail-outs or more of our printed newsletter like we used to do. So we're definitely going to be exploring further options as we go forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because I think a tangible piece needs to be part of our plan, for sure. But is this the tangible piece we want to go after?
Right, yes.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Foltz.
So if we're going to lean not wanting to do that anymore, which I can see your point of view, because I'm not also looking at the people that actually put together the capital. So we do have to take them into consideration when we're doing these things. And if they're not in the capability to do that moving forward, I would have to consider that. But I would like the people that don't live in the county but are ratepayers to be able to still access that. So if it's something that's super passionate to them, then they should be given the ability to have that, but on a cost to them, because they made a choice to no longer live here, even though they still have the land. So I would like that to be at least considered.
Deputy Reeve King.
Again, I'm just going to clarify, quite a few of these people actually still live within the boundaries of Kneehill County. And so, like, I have them that get mail in Elnora, for instance. They are resident within our boundary, but their mailing address is Elnora. So we're not just addressing absentee landowners, but people who, like you and me, live within the confines of Kneehill County, and they just have the geographic misfortune of having a post office box that isn't Trochu or Torrington or Huxley or whatever. It might be Elnora or Innisfail, Drumheller, wherever surrounding us. And so as a consequence, the capital bulk mails now within the postal boxes that are Kneehill County, but they won't do that outside. Because it means a lot more papers. Like if they were going to deliver a free paper to every box in Innisfail, for instance, it would be pointless for them and not profitable as a business model. So it's those fringe people that are the ones that really end up in this conversation, as well as the absentee ones. And I'd be interested to know how many of those fringe ones. I guess I'd like to know, I'd like more information in terms of what that, what would be a cost recovery basis for us to continue to do this. Like I say, I'm certainly not in favor of this motion as it's written without additional information and an alternative for those people, so that we can provide them a choice, and then the choice becomes theirs.
I'm hearing a tabling motion.
You are. I hadn't gotten there because I wasn't sure we were done with our conversation at this point. If there's other discussion, I'll hold on my motion.
Yep. Councillor Cunningham.
I agree with you, Councillor King, and I think what I heard from Christine was there's maybe some other options, with the mail out, and I really like that idea because, like we've said, not everybody has a computer or email access, so I would like to hear more about those options, because although we're not in the newspaper business, we are in the business of community engagement, and I just want to make sure that we are making sure we're getting that out to all our ratepayers.
Yes, Mr. Hogan.
If, just listening to council conversation, if I can make the suggestion that rather than a tabling motion, that perhaps council considers just directing administration to bring this discussion back as part of the 2022 budget deliberations. And we know it's coming back as part of that anyway in terms of some of these other options, but that would just leave, it wouldn't leave kind of a remnant motion on the list if we're covering it.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to deal with the same motion again.
Right.
Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, then I'm going to make that motion that we direct administration to bring back this conversation and options as part of the 2022 budget deliberations.
Okay, we have a motion on the screen. Is that the way you would like to see that motion read?
Sure, it basically covers what's needed to happen here, so.
Okay, all righty. So we do have a motion that council direct administration to bring this agenda item back to the 2022 budget deliberations. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
As long as the understanding is with administration, and I'm pretty sure it is that your plan is to investigate those alternatives and bring that information back so we have a complete picture.
Okay, is there any other discussion to the motion that's on screen? I see none. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item would be the disposition of delegate business. Welcome back, Ms. Buchanan.
Good morning.
And anytime you're ready.
Good morning again, Council. So essentially, this is our disposition of this morning's delegation. Just to give everybody a little bit of a reminder about what the presentation they saw this morning. So Nonfiction Studios presented this morning at 8:35 a.m. They were our marketing management firm that helped us with our Explore Kneehill project. That project was actually part of the Kneehill Regional Partnership and was voted on by that committee to be done as a regional project. With that, we brought the presentation to council this morning as we are the project lead on it. That presentation, we invited all of our partners to view this morning as well. We will be providing them the information, and we're going to be doing a review of it tomorrow night at the regional partnership as well. So through that partnership, all of our communities within the region decided to work collaboratively on tourism, and that's where Explore Kneehill came from. A couple additions to the information that was provided this morning, some additions to what this Explore Kneehill campaign looked like. QR signage was located at Horseshoe Canyon, which directed individuals back to the Things to Do portion of the Kneehill website. When we talked about vanity URLs this morning, in order to save on budget, instead of, in our first year of the campaign, putting together an independent website for the Explore Kneehill campaign, we developed a vanity URL and we embedded it in the Kneehill County website just because that was something that we were able to easily do on our end internally. There were challenges with that. A municipal website is a templated site, so there was some significant challenges getting our, I'm trying not to use acronyms, that's why I had them present this morning, they're better at that. Getting the tracking software put on our municipal website in order to accurately track the campaign. So when we looked at some of the conversion information, I'm not going to say that's 100% accurate because there were delays getting the information on our website, as well as issues just the way it was laid out. The majority of the information, your click-throughs, things like that, are quite correct. It's kind of those percentages that we will see a couple discrepancies with. So QR signage, like I said, went down to Horseshoe Canyon. It was also located in Trochu, I believe, at some of their rec facilities. That was scanned over 300 times. We did training at the beginning of the season with our Horseshoe Canyon parking attendants to really educate them on what's available in Kneehill County and really promote traffic north into our region from the actual canyon. Because of this campaign, we were able to put together a central inventory of all of our tourism assets. It's a pretty large list at this point. I'd say it's probably 150 plus things to do in the region between activities, accommodations, campgrounds, restaurants. We don't have all of our restaurants listed on it, really just those that people already attend as kind of a destination piece. Everything that we've listed has a 4.5-star plus rating. As was mentioned in this morning's presentation, we did a photography campaign, so each municipality had the opportunity to be highlighted in that campaign. We collected a total of 60 new assets that they can use for their own tourism promotion. The photo contest that they showed this morning had over 70 applicants, and we saw the 3 winners. We're just in the final stages of finishing our tourism location map, which each municipality will have to put on their websites. And some additional things, so both our Keevers Lake Campground and Linden Cooley Campground that we used in our Travel Alberta reporting saw increases in booking. We've heard from multiple businesses that they've seen increased traffic and sales. Again, because we now had that tourism asset inventory and had an idea of who our travel businesses were, we were able to do some focused training for those operators at the beginning of the season. To do that, we collaborated with our partners, Community Futures Wildrose, Travel Alberta, Travel Drumheller, Alberta Health Services, and the Drumheller District Chamber of Commerce, as well as Strong Coffee, who is a food tourism organization. We're bringing this forward, so again, it's just to accept this morning's report as information, but we wanted to present it to council as well, because it will be coming back to you in the 2022 budget deliberations to determine what a future reiteration of this might look like. You may also be presented it again as a regional partnership, so we just wanted to have our council have as much information on it as they could. And I think that's Cole's notes anyway.
Okay, thanks, Jacqueline. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Penner.
Not necessarily a question, just a comment. It popped up on my feed at different times. It was good to see, and like even in magazines, all of a sudden you saw it. And so Jacqueline, what did it cost the partnership for the summer for those few months?
So we really started honing in on the social media stuff actually in mid-May. We ended the formal campaign September 30th. However, we're still proceeding with it. The social media component will be continuing on indefinitely as long as this project proceeds. So if we were to look at the budgeted amount, the majority of the funds between May and, well, our full budget with the majority of it being spent between May and September was $45,000. We received $15,000 in Travel Alberta funding, as well as about $7,500 in contribution from our municipal partners. When this goes back to the regional partnership, what that partnership, I guess, buy-in will look like, those are the numbers that will be discussed to move forward.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments for Ms. Buchanan? Oh, sorry, Councillor Forbes.
That's okay. I know because I've been watching some documentaries on social media, the influencer, was she paid to be an influencer, or did she do that on her own time?
She was paid to be an influencer. All influencers are paid to be influencers. So ambassadors, sometimes we can get for free.
So what was the cost incurred with that for her?
Oh, I don't have the numbers specifically in front of me. Let's ballpark it at about $1,100. And with that, we get the story, the promotion on her website and on social media, as well as all the professional images she took while she was traveling the area.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor McGee.
I was at a regional meet and greet this week, and others had brought to our attention, my attention, how impressed they are with that campaign. So I think when we hear from people outside of where we're living that it's been impressionable to them, it's worth noting for you. I really appreciate the work that's been done, and I think it was right on target for what we were looking for.
Councillor Penner.
Talking about the influencer, it was great to read her blog. She was as honest as could be. Like if the food was excellent or not excellent, or the reason why there was a limited menu, she wrote it in there. Like she was very honest, and I'd like to see that.
Paid her just the right amount? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, through the Reeve, I mean, essentially the reason we bring in influencers and ambassadors to do that is to provide an authentic story, because we're doing ourselves a major disservice if we pump up an experience that isn't going to be experienced by every other person traveling the region. So, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, you get what you get, and hopefully they're really happy when they're here.
Are there any other questions, comments to Ms. Buchanan? Motions? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Buchanan.
Through the Reeve, just to clarify, any of the funding that was paid in the program is all inclusive of that budget. There was nothing outside of that original budget. So the influencer, photography, everything's included in that overall project budget.
What are council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I think it's a job well done. I think it's awesome. I'd make the motion that council receives for information the Nonfiction Studios Explore Kneehill Project report for information as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion?
No discussion, but I'm looking forward to what the next step is with the winter or however the time frame is.
Okay, anyone else? Opportunity here. Okay, I don't see anything else. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Buchanan. Next agenda item is 10, council and committee reports. Don't see any. Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
Just inquiring of my fellow council members, have you received invitations to your Remembrance Day celebrations in your communities? I have received 2, so I just was wondering if that's being extended elsewhere.
Not personally, but it's been on the community site, which person is part of, but so not a personal letter or anything.
No, I have not either.
Neither have I.
Generally they contact you, do they not, Carolyn?
They only contact me when they are requesting funds.
It's for the wreath.
For the wreath, yes. I did get requests from Carbon, Huxley, and Three Hills for wreath money.
Yeah, I haven't got anything from Acme yet, and I'm not exactly sure what's happening there.
But we can provide you all a list of where they're all going to, all the Remembrance Day ceremonies will happen in the area
Okay.
and
Councillor Penner?
times.
I know there's one in Acme at the Hole. It was announced today, I believe. They put it on social media. But Carolyn will get us that information of all of them, please.
Sorry. There was a listing, I think, in the Capitol this past week too, of the more major ones, but I know like Huxley wouldn't get noted in that and some of the others might not too, so.
Okay, we don't need a motion for council and committee reports, seeing how there is none. But we had a discussion about it anyway. Our next agenda item is 11, council follow-up action list. Are there any questions, concerns, comments? Mr. Hogan.
Just for council's awareness, regarding motion 18521, Councillor King moved that council direct administration to continue the exploration of assuming ownership and operation of the Orkney Water Co-op. We have received notice from the Orkney Water Co-op that they are going to put a couple of their members through the small operator course. And so as such, they sent us correspondence thanking us for our assistance, thanking us for putting the proposals together, but they're going to continue to operate on their own. And as I said, put members through their course to do that. We will still provide assistance like we have in the past in terms of sourcing some of the products and things like that. So will still be a bit of assistance that we apply, but with that is, given that there's really nothing to do there anymore, administration be requesting just council acknowledgement or motion to remove motion 18521 from the council action items list.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Someone prepared to do that? Deputy Reeve King.
Made the original, so I'd make the motion then that we drop motion 18521 from the council action items list.
All right, we have a motion before us to drop 185-21 from our council action list. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll continue on with the council action list. Any other questions, concerns, clarifications? Deputy Reeve King.
Since we're talking about water, how's our progress with WSP and the Three Hills East and options? Are we making headway there? Microphone?
Maybe just come up to the microphone, Mike, because we're recording. So as much as we can hear you here, I don't know if YouTube will hear you.
There we go. Thank you. So through the Reeve, to answer Deputy Reeve King's question there, we are still awaiting the feasibility study from WSP on this. Once we do, we will consult with them and bring back the information to council.
Thanks, Mr. Zier. Anything else? Anyone care to make a motion? Yes, Councillor McGee.
I move that we receive for information the council follow-up action list.
All right, we have a motion before us to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our open session of council. Before we go into closed session, I am going to call a recess for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. of FOIP and Section 16 and 25 of FOIP, legal matters and privileged and third-party business interests. Would someone like to put us in closed session? Yes, Councillor McGee.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We are in closed session. We are no longer Okay. All right, we came out of closed session at 12:17. The gallery has come back in, and there are no motions coming out of closed session, so I will adjourn the meeting at 12:19. Thank you, everyone.